Hello, random dude from Germany. How are you today? I can see you, my brother. In Nigeria now, it's actually 9:42 a.m. 9:42 a.m. in Nigeria. It's a beautiful morning in our part of the world. The weather is cool, the weather is beautiful, the weather is wonderful. It's nice seeing you, my brother. You're a random dude. How is Germany today? How is everything there? Hope everything is fine and you are enjoying the good atmospheric, and wow, it's 10:42 in Germany. Wow, that means that we have a 1 hour difference. It's actually 9:42 in Nigeria, but it's 10:40 in Germany. Which part of Germany are you from, please, Mr. Random Dude? Which part of Germany? Which part of Germany? Well, like I said earlier last time, I'm actually from Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos, Nigeria, my country, we have a population of about 200 million people in Nigeria. Oh, Brandenburg, wow, Brandenburg, that must be a very beautiful state or city in Germany. Lagos is a very beautiful place, very nice place to be. The atmosphere is very nice. They have a cool breeze. Presently now in Nigeria, everywhere is very cold. I don't know, due to climate change and some other factors. And we're trying to cope in this part of our world, with this change in the atmospheric condition. But Nigeria is a very beautiful place. It's a very nice place to be. And wow, it's very hot in Germany. Wow, wow, it's very hot in Germany. It's very cold in our own part of the world now. Where I am right now, I cannot. We have to off the AC because it's very, very, very cold in this place. Very, very cold. So we're hoping, because we're not in December yet. When we're getting towards September, October, November, December, Nigeria is always very cold. Most especially in December, November, December. We have this thing, we call it Amatan in Nigeria. But of it's very cold. It's very cold in Nigeria. And well, we can't blame nature for that. It might be due to human factors and some other things like that. But we just have to manage what we have, because that is the situation, that is the circumstances all over the world. So how is Brandenburg? You guys are having a sort of time there, I hope. Everything is fine in Brandenburg, in Germany, like the way we have it in Nigeria. Everything is fine, everything is good. But unfortunately, we have high level of inflation in Nigeria. The price of goods and services is skyrocketing, and people are finding it difficult to actually survive in our own part of the world. And another problem is that because of this high level of inflationary trend, a lot of companies are folding up, people are losing their jobs. There's a high level of some insecurity in some part of the country. Like if you go to the northern part of the country and the eastern part of the country, you have this political instability or political balloons and political pandemonium and economic uncertainty characterizing the system. But that is why the great mindset is actually there to ensure that our people in Nigeria can actually have something to fall back on despite the economic uncertainty, despite the economic instability and political problems that actually characterize our country. People can still find their feet, people can still find their head above water and actually survive in this economic system. And that's what Great Mindset is actually doing in this program, where we actually advise people on where to actually put their money into, on how they can actually reduce their expenses, on how they can actually be able to build wealth for themselves, and on how they can actually, kind of jobs that they can actually do that can actually put tables on food on their table, not necessarily what depending on people, and finding it very difficult for them to survive in our own part of the world. And this logic, this system is actually working, and it's working for a lot of people, and it's actually working for me in particular, because right now I'm saving some money. I'm able to save some money. I'm able to invest my money. I'm able to change my orientation about how money actually works, and I'm actually practicing what I'm actually talking about, in my program. Oh, you always say you need to appreciate what you have and God gave you. Yes, yes, absolutely. You need to appreciate what you have. I'm very proud of my country, I appreciate what I have. I'm very, very optimistic. I'm not the pessimistic type. I'm, very optimistic. I'm very positive minded. And that's why I'm always here to to advise people, to give my professional advice in my own little way and my own little understanding in terms of financial education on how people can actually make money for themselves. So it is good to appreciate what you have and what God actually give you. In our part of the world, Nigeria is a very big country with a lot of natural resources. We have a lot of natural resources in Nigeria, but unfortunately, because of bad governance and political pessimism and political egocentrism. Do you get a political egocentrism and this dialectical materialistic society where you have a lot of pressures on people to possess what is actually meant for everybody. Somebody, just one person, wants to actually aggrandize, he wants to actually embezzle, he wants to actually, take everything for himself. So it's a very egocentric society where government officials are very corrupt, they are very egocentric, they are very, pessimistic, and they are what I call economic vampires. Let me use that word. Economic vampires that actually siphon, embezzle, loot, and actually, take what actually belongs to the majority of people into their own personal aggrandizement and personal selfish interest. Do you get it now? But we are not operating on the government systems of economic system. Though Nigeria is actually adopting capitalism, the free market economic system, where the means of production, distribution, and exchange are controlled by private individuals, and government actually playing what a regulatory role. So, but despite the fact that we find ourselves in this uncertain economic situation, we still have to work to survive. Yes, and I think Africa isn't that poor because Africa is a very beautiful. Yes, Africa is not poor. We have a lot of natural resources. We have a lot of natural resources, and our natural resources. Yes, yeah. I'll be right here, my brother. I'll be right here, my brother. I'll be right here. I'm still going to stay on the program for the next few minutes. What I'm actually drafting is I'm trying to develop my next lecture because I actually came up with a video yesterday on how you can actually sleep and watch your money grow. How you can actually sleep and watch your money grow. And that video have actually been posted on my channel yesterday on YouTube. So if you have been conversant, if you have been very, if you've been following my channel right from time, you will discover that at least once in a week, I come up with various topics as how it can actually help a lot of us. So while you're actually sleeping, while you're actually resting, while you're actually relaxed, money can actually be working for you. And that was the topic I actually did yesterday. It's on the internet, it's on Great Mindset, it's on David Lewis. You can go out there and watch that video. It's about 30 minutes video because I actually killed it. I took enough time to actually explain into what you can actually do that can actually create wealth for you. Because I said in that thing, let me just quickly go through what I actually, discussed in my video yesterday. I said you can actually create what we call cash flow. And I mentioned what we mean by cash flow. I said when you mention the word cash flow, it means that you are actually creating a kind of a passive income for yourself that can actually generate money for you, apart from your primary job that you're actually doing. That you can actually use cash flow to build wealth for you or to actually create wealth for you over time. And I also mentioned the fact that cash flow may not make you actually be rich, but if you are actually consistent and regular in what you're actually doing, you can actually use a cash flow to create wealth for yourself and make yourself to be very, very rich. So cash flow can create wealth for you. Cash flow can make you to be wealthy. I will talk about value mentioned value in that video. I said value is what is money. That money is equal to value. That when you're talking about value, value is a kind of a service that you render to people, and then you are given something in return for the services you have actually rendered. So what you have actually created for yourself when you render a service to people is that you are rendering value to them, in which they can actually pay you back for what you have actually done. In other words, you use your labor to get what you actually yes, passive income is actually important for getting money overnight when you finish your work. Absolutely, absolutely, my brother. Absolutely. Passive income is very, very important. And passive income is an aspect of what we call cash flow, or cash flow, of course. Yes, cash flow. And I also mentioned the fact that you can also invest your money in index funds, in ETFs, and mutual funds and the rest of them. I mentioned them. I've done those videos. They are all in my channels. You can actually watch those videos, because I've discussed about index funds, I've talked about mutual funds, and I've also talked about exchange trust fund. They are all in my videos. You can go out and watch those videos. Out there. There are videos that I've actually done. I've killed these topics there. And I also talked about yesterday when I was going through my analysis and my video about Quantum Zenith. I talked about FBN Edge. I talked about Stanbic IBTC, and I talked about banks that are actually selling shares in our own part of the world, Nigeria. And I actually, advise people that I, for one, actually invest my money on money market funds. MMF, that is money market funds, where I get paid every day by 12 o'clock. This is 9:54. By 12 o'clock, my account is going to sound an alarm. And what do I mean by sound an alarm? Money is going to enter into my account. And I said categorically and emphatically and confidently that I earn money every day, Monday to Sunday. 365 days a year, I am making money for myself. This month, to be realistic and to be very frank with you, I am going to I live in my own personal house, and by the grace of God, God provided a house for me. I built the house by myself with my family. My families are in my house now. My children are there. My wife is there, and I need to do some turnaround in my house. Exchange the furniture, do the dining, and the rest of them. And frankly, I'm going to spend some amount of money in doing those things. Wow, not in a village, You see, in Nigeria, we actually have we actually have 36 states in Nigeria. 36 states in Nigeria. I actually work in Lagos State, but my house that I actually picked for myself is actually in the Ogun State. So we have 36 states in Nigeria. Then the Federal Capital Territory makes it 37. So the Federal Capital Territory is the capital of Nigeria, which is Abuja. Do you get now? Which is Abuja. So one of the states in Nigeria is where I actually built my house, and it is actually in Ogun State, not Lagos State. I work in Ogun State. I'm in Lagos State, but my house is actually in the Ogun State. So my house is in Ogun State, and my where I'm working is actually in the Lagos State. It's the distance between Lagos and Ogun State is about 150 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken, or 120 kilometers from Lagos to Ogun State. So sometimes I don't go home. Most times I have to find a place. I lay my gentle egg and continue. Then maybe when I'm off on my off days or so, I go home, see my families, my beautiful families. I'm always eager to see them because they are very, very nice to me. They take good care of me. Wow, I live in a villa near Berlin. Wow. Let me be realistic with you. I have my aunt she actually lives in Germany, in Frankfurt, I guess, in Frankfurt. She lives in Frankfurt, but it's been a while we've actually spoken to each other due to some certain things which I'm not willing to discuss here. It's actually personal. So I love to be in Germany one day, and hopefully I'll work towards that, because it is one of the country I would actually like to be in. I would actually like to be in Germany. So it's a very beautiful country. Like she told me by herself. It's a very big country. It's a very nice country. It's a very beautiful country with beautiful people, with a well-organized, sophisticated, technologically advanced economic system and political system. And it's a country where there is a rule of law, where there's political, participation and not political and all that. So I would love to be in Germany. It's a very nice country, one of the G7 or G8 countries, that is one of the most economically advanced, technologically advanced countries in the world. She needed to be careful because Frankfurt is dangerous and the train station is the most dangerous. Yes, yes, yes. She doesn't discuss her personal issues with me, but I'm very, very sure she's doing extremely very, very well by God's grace. And I hope, there's no place actually in the world that's not actually dangerous. If you go to the western part of Nigeria, it's actually very, very dangerous, and you have a lot of, problems going on there. And government is actually looking for a way to solve this problem. Insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, adoption, and all sort of social negative vices in our part of the world there, in the northern part of the country. Then in the eastern part of the country, we also have cases of kidnapping and the rest of them. But in the western part of the country, it is more safer, it is more better off. Do you get it now? And I am actually in the western part of the country because in the train station, you get free injections when in for real. Wow, that is beautiful. Because in the train stations, you get free injections when. Wow, that is beautiful. I like that. That's a very wonderful thing. So I would like to visit Germany, Frankfurt, Berlin, Brandenburg, and the rest of them. I think I can still remember. Wow, free drugs. That is beautiful. That's wonderful. Well, in our part of the world, we don't have free drugs in this part of the country. Though we are trying to do what we call HMO. HMO is a kind of, if you actually work in an organization and you, bad drugs. Oh, wow, too bad. Wow, too bad. Wow, too bad. Wow, too bad. That is very, very bad. And I hope they're going to try to change this. They're going to try to change. The government needs to put in more effort in terms of security to avoid. Wow, yes. Thank you for that very beautiful information. I think I will disseminate that information to her regarding that. I think I will do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Information is actually power. When you give information like this, it's actually help people, your loved ones that are out there, to actually be careful out there. And I think that information is very, very vital, very important. Thank you for that piece of information. I will pass that information to her that she needs to be very, very careful out there. She needs to be very, very careful out there. So it has always been, a great honor. It has always been a great privilege for me to be in the midst of people that actually feel me, that actually loves me, that actually cares about what I do, and it serves as an inspiration or as something that keeps me going every time I do this. So I love it when people actually show concerns and they show love to what I actually do. So to random, let me give you a salute. Yeah, in my own form of a country I come from, when you want to appreciate somebody, sometimes you can give a salute. So I give you that salute. I give it to you for coming up on my program to show your concerns and your love for me. May the good Lord bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now, so today I am going to be talking about something different, something Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a beautiful country. Yeah, yeah. Like, by the way, do you have how many states do you have, or municipalities do you have in Germany? In or municipality in Germany? How many municipalities or states do you have in Germany? In Nigeria, we have 36 states. So how many like that do you have in Germany? How many like that? And do you have people that actually speaks English language in Germany? That actually, speaks English language in Germany. Do you have people like that that actually speak English language in Germany? You know, that if at all, because by next year, I have to be sincere, I'll be working on my international passport. I'll be working on my passport, and I think it's that time I need to visit other parts of the world. You understand? So I'll be working on my passport next year. In January, I'll be working on that because part of my program is part of my plan to work on my passport. If at all I will have to travel to, there are some countries I'm actually trying to go to. I'm trying to go to because I have a friend. I have a friend in Australia. In Australia, I have a friend in Australia, and I think I have a friend in Germany now. Yeah, one of my friends in Germany now. So I actually have a good friend in Australia. His name is actually Tyson. And he has actually given me a lot of information about Australia. So if I have to go to any part of the world, I would like to go to Germany, and I would like to visit Australia. So I would like to visit Germany, and I would like to visit Australia. So like I said, I actually came up with a video yesterday about cash flow investment and the rest of them. And I talked about the S&P 500, I talked about index funds, I talked about mutual funds, I talked about equity trust funds, and I mentioned a lot of things and how you can actually use your cash flow to create what we call money for yourself. And I mentioned what we call stocks. I discussed about stocks in my video yesterday, and I also talked about rental estate in my video yesterday. All these videos are there for people to actually watch and gain insights on how people are actually making money all over the world, because there are some stocks that are paying what we call dividends. They pay what we call dividend paying stocks. You can actually invest your money into them, and you can actually make money for yourself. And you can actually invest into what we call S&P 500, or you can invest your money into NASDAQ or Dow Jones, or you can invest your money into mutual funds or money market funds or ALA or Euro funds or dollar funds or fixed income funds and the rest of them, or the index funds, if you have an idea about it. But the basic thing, the most cardinal, the lacuna of what I'm trying to talk about here is that you need to have what we call financial education. Because when you have financial education, it will actually put in the best position to actually know where you can actually invest your money and make more money for yourself. So for me, I make money, I'm an investor. I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm an investor, a passive investor, and not an entrepreneur. Because if you're talking about an entrepreneur, you're talking about a business owner that has a business that is doing, a company, per se, that is running and is operating and all that. I'm a passive investor. Because why am I a passive investor? I mentioned that yesterday, that I'm actually a passive investor because I don't have the time, I don't have the resources, I don't have the time on my own part. Time is very short for me. I have to consider my primary job. I have to consider other things as well, and I have to give time for everything, so I should be able to balance everything at the end of the day. So I don't have that time, I don't have that privilege of going into what we call an active investment, and that's why I actually invest my money into passive investment, and my investment is actually working for me. I actually invest my money to what we call money market funds, and money market funds actually paying 23.3% interest back return on annual investment on your investment portfolio. So money market funds actually paying 23 point something percent. Let's say 23% on your return on investment per annum. That means every year you get 23% of your total investment per annum. Every year you are paid 23% of that amount of money. And on the other hand too, I'm actually making money every day in my passive stream, my cash flow, as a form of an investment where my account is always what being credited every day on my what on my investment, and that's what I call a I afterwards reinvest my money into the investment portfolio, because I don't touch that money. And I call it what I call a decade of sacrifice, because when you talk about investment, it's not something that you do a short period of time, but it's a long-term investment venture. Something of 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years. And over time, we call it a decade of what? Of sacrifice, or a decade of what? Of commitment or consistency or resiliency at the end of the day. So you need to be resilient, you need to be consistent, you need to be regular, you need to put in more effort, you need to believe in yourself that you can actually do it. Because most times that most people, they don't have that mindset, or they don't have that determination or the resiliency to always continue something. So over time, they give up, and they get distracted, and they get derailed at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, they cannot invest in any form of investment. So in any part of the world you are in, whether in Germany, in Russia, in India, in Italy, in Cameroon, in Australia, the world, in the United States of America, United Kingdom, or Northern Ireland, or France, or Germany, or maybe in Myanmar, you can actually invest your money in any part of the world. You can actually invest your money in Nigeria as well. Making money outside outside your country, you can make money for yourself. So it depends on what you actually wanted. So today I'm going to be talking about something prolific, something dynamic, something scintillating, something beautiful, something interesting, something mind-catching, something that will edify, that will build you, that will, make you strong, that will actually help you in your area of finances, and that will actually make you to be successful in life and to be successful. When you talk about being successful, it means that you have actually been able to surmount every form of challenges in life, most especially in the area of finances. And when you are successful, you can be able to afford things without necessarily touching the bottom of your pocket, without necessarily and in other words, you are able to fund your lifestyle, you are able to get those things that you actually needed for yourself, and life is so beautiful for you. Because there's a investment, there's a lot of putting your money into investment and watch your money grow for you. Is for you to be able to sustain your life, even when you are retired, even when you are not working, even when life happens, even when emergency happens, if anything happens, you should be able to sustain yourself and live a good life for yourself without any form of financial uncertainty, or financial instability, or financial olubalus, or financial distress. You understand? Financial distress. So the hallmark of great mindset is that we practice what we preach. I practice what I preach. I actually do what I preach. It's what I preach that I actually do, and I put into practice, and I will try to, as much as possible, increase my financial education and look at other areas where I can actually put my money and watch my money grow for me. And I can emphatically say to you that this method is actually working for me. And the beauty of life is that when you have an information and you have an idea about something, you don't keep it to yourself, you let other people know about it, so that they can also make more money, and we can make the world a better place. Because when you have money for yourself, and everybody is rich, and everybody is okay, people will not commit crime. Though some people are born naturally to commit crime, but the tendency for people to actually commit crime will be reduced to the barest minimum. So today I'll be looking at something that talks about what they don't tell you about money. Those information people don't actually tell you about money. That's what I'm going to talk about today. So if you're just joining me, just click on the subscription button, and leave a comment or ask me questions as it relates to making money, and I will gladly answer your question. This is your own boy David Oni, all the way from Nigeria, western part of Nigeria, all the way from Lagos State, Nigeria, the capital, formerly the capital of Nigeria, but now the capital is now Abuja, in Abuja there. So I'm David Oni. My YouTube channel is actually Great Mindset, and I'm here to answer your questions as to how you can actually create wealth for yourself and make more money for yourself in 2024. Like I said before, the numbers of people that actually rich in Nigeria, that are actually millionaires in this part of our world, in our developing part of the world, or underdeveloped part of the world, or a state that is a country that is still in the transient or transformative stage, is that most people that are actually rich or call themselves millionaires in this part of the world are not many in number. They constitute what I call the minority, and I'm also one of the minorities. So it depends on your faith and your confession. My own confession is a possible confession, and I believe I'm actually rich, and you can be rich as well. So join me as we dive into this prolific, thought-provoking, interesting, scintillating, educative, informative lecture on what people don't talk about, money. So I will start soon. Just let me drink this water and hydrate myself. So if you're just joining me, this is your own boy, David Oni. So if you've not subscribed to that channel, you can do that now. Subscribe to the channel. So today I am going to talk about a thought-provoking, interesting, scintillating, fabulous topic, which is about money. My channel is all about money, wealth creation, investment, wealth creation and investment, and knowledge sharing. And if you look at my videos right from the beginning, you will discover that I've actually discussed about political science. I've talked about dialectical materialism. I've talked about the spirit. I've talked about democracy. I've talked about the state. I've talked about sovereignty. I've talked about constitutional development. I've talked about federalism within each system of government. I've talked about constitutional development in Nigeria. I've talked about colonialism. Those ideas are still fresh in my memory. Some people always say that, why don't you become a lecturer? Why don't you become... Of course, I used to teach people before I actually diversified or changed my, portfolio career into the hospitality industry. But I've always been able to, couple and balance my ideas in terms of what I did in the hospitality industry and what I actually developed as a passion right from the beginning of the inception of my career. You understand? So I actually read political science in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I'm a graduate of Nsukka. Political science student. I came out from the university with a 2-1, which is a second class upper. That is my result for you. And the beauty of this part of our country is that the country is made up of people that are very talented, multi-dimensional system of talented integration and the intelligence. So if we talk about what Nigeria, for example, is a continent with a lot of talented people, intelligent people, and I'm one of those intelligent people, and I believe you're also one of the intelligent people. So Mr. Random Dude from Germany, if you're still there, I'm diving into what I'm talking about today, which is what I call what you don't know about money, or what people don't tell you about money. Some people will tell you that money is the root of all evil, that money is evil, money is a taboo, money is is contradictory, money is something that is not even wanted in your life, that the kingdom of heaven is the most basic, the most important, the most cardinal, the lacuna, the subject matter, or the theme of what to actually do everything in your life. But that concept, that idea, that morality, that idea, that information is actually a misconception. Is a dissemination of information in an ulterior way, in a negative perspective, in a way that will not actually edify or glorify or make people to actually develop their potentials and their abilities in society. So money is not a taboo. Money is not evil. Money is a creation of value. Money is actually a creation of value. So let's continue now. You see, in our society, a lot of people are financially broke. What I mean financially broke, it means that they don't have much in their pockets. A lot of people actually find it difficult to actually be able to finance their life and get the basic needs of things that they actually need in their life. And life is so complicated and so difficult and so cumbersome for them. You understand? So a lot of people in our developing part of the world are actually very, very broke, despite the fact that a lot of people actually earn a lot of money in the course of their career. They are well paid, they pay them good salaries, and but unfortunately, this money, they cannot be able to sustain it, and they cannot actually be able to say that it was actually they did with the money or they didn't do with the money. So in our part of the world, a lot of people actually were broke, and they find it difficult to actually be able to save from what they actually earn. So despite the fact that people are earning big money, despite the fact that people are, are well paid in their career jobs, some people are still financially broke. And I'm going to be explaining this, why it's always like that in this part of our world, why people are broke all the time, despite the fact that they have a gargantuan, form of payment in forms of salary. Every 30 days they pay them salary, but yet they are very, very broke. And we're going to be looking at that, why they are always broke like that, and what they can actually do that can actually take them from this economic debacle, that can take them from this, ugly situation or ugly trend, and make their life to be a better one. It's actually not it's not a cause, it's not always a problem that cannot be solved, because every problem always has what? A solution. So that's why the huge amount of money, this gargantuan amount of money, this big amount of money, this huge amount of money that people earn, they end up being financially broke, and they are left with nothing at the end of the day. And there are so many examples of those people in our society that are able, to some extent, some people even declare bankruptcy at the end of the day. And when you say bankruptcy, it means that you are highly indebted. You are swimming in the tsunami of what? Of debts. So bankruptcy means that you cannot be able to finance yourself again, and because of that, you are going to declare bankruptcy, because you cannot be able to do. You are living in debt. You are living in a tsunami of debt. They have to declare bankruptcy. So a lot of people, appear to be rich, but they are actually living in greater debt. A lot of people that we see today, they appear to be rich. They appear to have what it takes. They live in a good, decent environment. They have cars. Their children are going to good schools and the rest of them. So they appear to have this sophisticated, well-tushed life. Once you see them, you see an element of wealth in them. You see an element of what? Of being rich in them. You see an element of being wealthy, because there's also difference between being wealthy and being rich. They are not the same thing. Being wealthy is different from being rich. So being wealthy is when you have gotten to a stage where you are not spending your money any longer. Other mechanisms, other things are actually spending the money for you. There are all those that are actually using to spend your money. So you are not actually spending your money when you get to that level of being wealthy. So, but at that point in time, you have to build a lot of things before you can actually get to the point of saying you are actually wealthy. Do you get it now? So a lot of people actually appear to be rich, to be wealthy, to be affluent, to be superfluous, to live in abundance in society, but on the other hand, in reality, not in a mirage or in a utopia, in a reality, they're actually living in what I call a greater debt. And that situation most people find themselves. And apart from this, a lot of people are living in what we call a credit card debt. They live from one debt to the other, from one debt to the other. They take credit card debts. This credit card debt phenomenon is associated with what we call credit scores. You pay up in time, they increase your credit scores, and when you have enough credit scores, that means that you have the tendency to collect more money. But at the end of the day, you are spending more in regards to the credit cards, and they are, in other words, exploiting you, getting more from you, and making you to be rich. Poorer, and you are making other people to be rich, because we consider the amount of money you are actually using in paying for the credit cards and all those debts that you actually collected from mortgage financial institutions and some banks, and this buy now, pay later, or easy buy, and the rest of them. You will discover that you are paying a huge amount of money to settle your debt, and that is a very big problem. When you are living in debt, it means that your money is controlling you, and you are not actually controlling your money. So based on this scenario or circumstances, it poses a very good questions about money. You need to ask yourself that what is actually even this money? What is money meant for? What is the value of the money? What is the efficacy of money? What is the role of money in society? And how can you actually make money for yourself? You understand? So this is because, the The reason for this is because a great deal of action awards are based on the need to acquire money. You know, we are in a materialistic society. Materialistic society where the society gives value, gives recognition, gives respect to those that are actually rich. So in African society, you are not rich, nobody knows you, nobody recognizes you. If you are not rich, nobody, gives a damn about you. If you are actually not rich in our society, people will not give you that value. They will not give you that, recognition. So you need to be rich. You need to be, superfluous. You need to be affluent for people to actually give value to you and actually recognize you. So if you are not rich, people will not recognize you. They will not give value to you. So you need to be very, very rich. And that's why that is the nature of our materialistic society. That is the nature of the society we actually live in. So majority of the people live and dream of acquiring money, but on the other hand, there is no money. A lot of people are actually broke. Do you understand that they're actually broke, or they live like a downtrodden, or they are very, very, very poor. So debt is actually an invisible burden that is carried by most vulnerable people in our part of the world. So you see people, they look rich, they look affluent, they look okay, and the rest of them. But on the other hand, they are carrying an invisible burden. And what is that invisible burden? It is actually debt. If you enjoy this lecture, please stay tuned and we'll be right back in the next few minutes. You are on to David Oni Wiz or Great Mindset on YouTube channel, and I'm on live streams now. I hope you enjoy my video. I hope you enjoy my lecture now. I have more that I'm going to talk about, so just stay tuned and stay good while I go into what I call an interlude, and I'm still with you. Stay tuned. Now, Mr. Random Dude from Germany, just give me some few minutes. I have to go see my boss. He has a very important message for me, and I have to quickly do that. Then I'll be right back in the next few minutes. In the next few minutes, I assure you, this lecture is still on, and it's still on. It's still on. So stay good and stay tuned, and we will continue very, very soon. Thank you so much for my returning subscribers, and to Mr. Dude, Mr. Random, I say a very big thank you to you. So stay tuned. I'll be right back in the next few minutes. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Your own boy is back. Hello, David Oni is back. Sorry, I had to sort out one or two things, but those things have actually been sorted out now. So, if you're just joining me, guys, this is your own boy, David Oni, and my channel, my YouTube channel is Greater Mindset. It's good to have you guys back, and it's good to be with you guys. So before I actually went on break, I was talking about what they don't tell you about money, what they don't tell you about money. And you will quite agree with me now that it has been very extensive, it has been very, wonderful, and it has been quite exhilarating to have people like you around, someone like Tyson, somebody like a random dude or from Germany, somebody like, Sharon Max and the rest of them. You guys have been very wonderful. You have been very encouraging. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys all. So I'm back now. If you have any questions on how I can we can actually build this world together, I'm here now. I'm good to go, and I'm here to answer your questions. I will attend to your questions now, and we will together will get there at the end of the day. So just ask me questions as it relates to what to making wealth, creating wealth for yourself, and great mindset will gladly attend to your questions. Random dude, my Gucci, I really appreciate you, guy. You've been a very wonderful person. I really thank you for your efforts, for your concerns, and for your information regarding Germany and some other parts of the world. Together, I believe that we can make the world a better place, and God willing, we're going to make a great impact in life. So if you're just joining me, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and ask me your questions, and I will gladly answer your questions. I will gladly answer your questions. I am back now. I am back. Before I went on a break, I said a lot of people are financially broke, and they don't have money in their pockets due to some certain circumstances or situations or conditions they find themselves. And despite the fact that a lot of people are actually well paid, they are well paid in the economic system, but yet this does not reflect in their way of life or their lifestyle or standard of living, because at the end of the day, a lot of people are still very, very broke or financially left with nothing. So these are more. I said debt is actually an invisible burden carried by most people. And what do I mean by that statement? That debt is actually a burden carried by most people. You see, you cannot see debt on your body. If one is actually indebted or does not have any money, you cannot actually see it because it is not written on the forehead that you are actually indebted or you are actually in debt. It doesn't work like that. So but people are living in debt. People are they are highly indebted in one form of thing or another, and this is actually affecting their life negatively, and it's not a good one. So debt is actually an invisible burden that you cannot see, but it's actually carried by vulnerable people. Vulnerable people. So vulnerable people. Who are the vulnerable people? When you say that somebody is actually vulnerable, being vulnerable means that you are actually exposed, to some certain, things that might not be good for you or might not be actually favorable to you at the end of the day. Then, if you use that word vulnerable, then you are making the right choice of words, which is vulnerable. So most people in our society are actually vulnerable, because they actually find themselves in one condition or another that are not good enough. So they are actually vulnerable. You understand? They are actually vulnerable. So that is it. Now let's continue from where I actually stopped. I'm trying to fix up something, you know. I'm trying to fix up something. So something drastic, something, must be done regarding, you know, the issue of money, so that at the end of the day, you will not find yourself in a situation where you have to beg for money every time before you can actually take care of yourself. So debt is actually an invisible burden carried by vulnerable people. Now we need to understand how money works. Do you get it now? You need to understand how money works. You need to understand what money, or we need to understand what money is to us, to have a deeper understanding of the dynamics of money. Money is actually dynamic. Money is very dynamic. Money can change its forms, and money has what? Value in the society. It is dynamic, and for you to be able to understand how money works, you need to understand the dynamics of money. Some people will say that, that money is actually a spirit. I'll tell you, money is actually a spirit. Yes, money is actually a spirit, and you must learn, or you must know how to use it very, very well. The question is, does money come? The question now is that, does money come and go when it comes into your life, or you just say this? Now, the question is that when you have money, does it come and go? Do you belong to the category or the classes of people that when they have that money, they always spend the money? Money comes and go in your pocket, or you simply save the money. You simply save the money. You have to decide between the two of them. Are you in the category of people that actually save the money, or you actually, spend the money? Now, money is a spirit, like I said, and you need to understand the dynamics of how money actually works. When you understand how money actually works, then you will know how to actually use money. Now, money can actually place most people, or most of us, in vulnerable positions in life. And if we are not careful, money can actually control us. Money can actually control us, most especially if you don't understand the dynamics of money. And money can also make you to be very vulnerable. Vulnerable simply means that you might find yourself in situations or conditions that are not favorable, or that are not conducive, or that are not good for you. And that is what money can actually lead to. So if you don't have an idea about financial education, about how money works, you might be vulnerable to be enslaved to money. So, and that is the more reason you need to understand how money works. Now, our perception of money is more important than our ability to generate it. You need to have an understanding of the perception of money, and when you have the perception of money, you can now be able to handle it and be able to control it. So our perception of money is more important. In other words, you need to understand the perception of money, and you also need to understand the ability to generate it. The perception of money, and you need to understand how to generate it. Now, our brains are actually, wired not to make us to be financially sensible or responsible. Now, what do I mean by that? When I say our brain has been wired to make, or not to make us to be financially sensible, by that statement, I mean that we're in a grab society where we have an insatiable taste for everything. And because we have an insatiable taste for everything, you will discover that we always want to spend money every time. And because of that, a lot of us are not sensible and responsible to the use of money. So if you're not responsible and sensible to the use of money, you will find it difficult that you might not be able to control money, but rather money is going to control you. So if you don't want money to control you, then you have to learn from by watching this video from the beginning to the end, so that you can actually be able to help yourself at the end of the day. You know, so our brains are actually, wired in a way not to make us to be sensible and not to make us to be responsible. So a lot of people are actually disconnected from money, and at the end they have nothing to show for it. The reason why most of us don't have money in our pocket, or we don't have anything to boast about at the end of the month, is because we actually, squander. We're actually frugal. We're actually extravagant. We're actually wasteful because we do not have that responsibility on money. We don't have that sensibility on the usage of money, and we allow money to control us. And because of that, we put ourselves in the vulnerability of money, at the mercy of money. We discovered that at the end of the day, we feel disconnected from money, and most of us will feel that things are not actually working for us. But in most cases, this situation or this condition is actually that we should blame ourselves. If you're just joining this program, welcome to the segment of financial prowess and financial stability, building wealth. This program is about building wealth. It's about creating wealth. It's about building money. It's about creating money for yourself. It's about how to make yourself rich and not be poor. And that's why you will gain a lot when you actually watch my video. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. So a lot of things that people don't actually tell us about money that we don't necessarily know, and because of that, we find ourselves in a rat race. Rat race is a race that most people are swimming in the tsunami of debt. They are swimming in the tsunami of debt, because at the end of the day, they cannot actually figure out how money actually leaves their pockets. So this scenario is actually further complicated, by lack of education. You discover that most people are not educated, and because they are not educated, they do not know about the dynamics of a money. Now, what is actually money? You see, money is a medium of exchange that facilitates the sales, the purchase, or trade of goods and services between people. That is my own definition of money. So money is actually a medium of exchange. It actually facilitates exchange of goods and services between two or more people, or between people. So money facilitates what we call domestic trade and the international trade. However, money can be more than this. It is more than what we call, exchange, or to facilitate what we call sales and purchase or trade between people. Money is actually more than that. So money is an expression of what I call a value. Money is an expression of a value. So money is an expression of value, where market plays what I call an important role as a means of demand and supply. So the market actually determines the value of money. Therefore, money is equal to value. So if you talk about money is equal to value. Money is synonymous to value. Money creates value. Money creates what? Value in the society, because it is not only determined by the means of exchange alone, or purchase or sales of goods and services, but it is important because it is actually an expression of value. So money is equal to value in nature. So a lot of people will say money is the root of all evil, money is a taboo, money is something that you don't even need, money is something that people should avoid. That if you have the quest for money, there's a tendency that you might not actually make heaven, or you might go to hell. But money is indispensable. Money is obligatory. Money is important. So if you want to live a good life, if you want to, live a good life, you understand, where you can be able to go on your vacation. I'm not saying that now you have to go to vacation or travel out, of course. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying there is that if you want to enjoy a future full of peace, full of stability, full of financial independence, and you know, so money actually creates values, and people also believe that money is actually evil, and because it's actually evil, it's actually exploitative in nature. It actually, brings about a disequilibrium in the society. That's what it brings about the rich having more, influence or power over the poor. But that conception or misconception, or this is disinformation, is quite wrong when it talks about what money. Money is actually not exploitative. Money is not is a thing that creates actually value, because it actually facilitates what the transfer or sales or purchase of what of goods and services between nation states, between individuals in society, and between or among ourselves. So money creates value and not make people to be evil. So that misconception or misinformation or misbelief or disbelief about the concept and the dynamics of money, how it works and what, and that money is actually very exploitative. That conception is actually very, very wrong. And it's a wrong notion, it's a wrong idea, it's a wrong perception, it's a wrong information on how money actually works. So a lot of questions that people don't actually tell us about money. So money opens what we call options. It gives us options and broadens our horizons in terms of what of making choices in life. So when you talk about that options, money actually provides what we call choice. So money gives us choice and also broadens our horizon in terms of what of making choices in life. And what is choice? What we're talking about here? We're talking about varieties the spice of life. That is, if you actually wanted a product, you want to buy one or two things or the other, you can actually choose between these options or alternatives on what you actually wanted or what you actually want to consume. And this is actually what made possible or facilitated by what we call money. So money will come into your life and leave, if it is not well managed. Do you understand now? So money will come into your life and leave if you don't manage very well. If you are very frugal, if you are very extravagant, if you are very wasteful, and you are not well articulated or well planned, or you don't have a budgetary, plan, there's every possibility that money will come into your life and money can also actually leave. This is expressed by your income, and your expenses. When you talk about the measurement of money, how actually we actually use money, we can actually measure it when it comes in the issue of what of income and what and expenses. That is, you work to get paid, and you actually what paid when you actually what buy goods and the services. So do you earn more and spend less, or you earn less and spend more? If you earn more and what and then spend less, you can actually save, you can actually invest. But if you earn more and spend more, this might not leave room for savings at the end of the day. And when you don't save, you might not likely what invest your money. And that is why it's very important that people always think that they can actually saving money for investment, saving money for the future, saving money for this. Actually, saving money is only for emergency period. So if you're actually in the position, or you are one of the people that actually say that you're actually saving money, you're only saving money for emergency. You're not saving money for the future, because saving money cannot make you rich. Saving money cannot create value. Saving money cannot create wealth. Saving money cannot create riches. Saving money cannot create affluence, because your money, when inflation climbs into it and goes into it, you will discover that money does not have any value at the end of the day. And that is why it is very, very imperative that you actually invest your money and watch your money actually grow at the end of the day. So, money actually gives us options and broaden our horizon in terms of making choices in life. So, money can actually come into our life because it's actually a spirit and it can actually live at the end of the day. This is expressed actually by what I call demand and what, and then expenses and the income. Now, what is income? That's what you earn, and your income is actually what you earn, and your expense is actually what you actually spend. That is what you earn and how you spend the money. So what you earn is your income, and how you spend your money is your expenses. This can also be expressed by your production and the consumption. Production and what, and consumption. I've mentioned two things here: income versus expenses. Then we have production versus what, versus consumption. Now, if your productive capacity is more than your consumption, there's every tendency that you will be able to save your money. But if your productive capacity or your production is lesser than your consumption, then there's every possibility that you might not be able to save your money. So in that situation, money can come and actually leave your hand because you are not managing the money properly. So when money enters into our life, when we produce value or services, money enters into our hands or our life when we actually what, produce value, or when we enter what, services in form of what, of labor, and it will live when we actually consume. So when you consume money, it lives, but when you actually invest money, it grows for you. So in terms of money relations, consumption and production is very, very important. The relationship between production and consumption must be balanced and what, and improved. Now, the greatest challenge that most people have is in the area of consumption. People have a lot of challenge in the area of consumption, and when I talk about consumption, I'm talking about the fact that people, oh, wow, welcome back, random dude. It's good to have you back. How is Germany, my brother? It's good to have you back. So if you just joined my session, I'm talking about how the truth people don't tell you about money. We're discussing about money because that is what our lecture is all about. It's good to have you back, brother. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Thank you for joining back. It's good to have you back. So I'm still on. I'm still talking. I'm still pushing. I'm still moving. You know. So the greatest challenge that people have is in the area of consumption. I've mentioned two things now. I've mentioned income and I've mentioned the expenses. And I've mentioned production and I've mentioned the consumption. Now, when you talk about income versus expenses, how do you manage your income and how do you manage your expenses? Is your income, do you spend more money and save less, or you save less? I mean, you save more and spend more money. Do you get it now? You busy lady, it's good to have you on the platform. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is David Oni. Good afternoon, ma'am. It's good to have you, busy lady. It's good to have you on the platform. You're welcome to Great Mindset. Great Mindset, David Oni, David Life. Our platform is about wealth creation, is about to make money, create wealth for ourselves. It's about how to become rich and be superfluous in the society. It's about creating wealth for ourselves, through investments, through investment. And that's what, like I was showing some of my subscribers yesterday. This is actually, Quantum Zenith is one of the investment platform in Nigeria where you can actually invest your money and make money for yourself. And by God's grace, I'll be investing my money into Quantum Zenith next month. And once I've done that, I will inform my subscribers that I've actually invested my money on Quantum Zenith, so you can be able to see how we're making money. I'm actually in the money market funds, which is mutual funds, because I like doing money market funds because it pays me more and it gives me 23% interest per annum on my return on investment. And that's why I do Quantum Zenith. I do FBNA Edge, where I make money every day. Now it's after 12 now. That means that FBN Edge will have paid money into my portfolio investment accounts. And it's all about making money. So, random dude, welcome back, my brother. It's good to have you back. So, you can be in any part of the world and you can also actually make money for yourself, like we are making money in Nigeria, despite the high level of inflationary trend in Nigeria. Sometimes inflation is actually a blessing because the more and higher the inflation is, the more interest you get on the return on investment. So sometimes inflation can be a blessing. And that's why people are saying that once you're cashing out on an inflationary trend, that means that that money is actually working for you. And money is what is making more money for you. So the greatest challenge people actually face is that sometimes we work, we get paid on the income, but at the end of the day, we spend more money. Sometimes we work in form of production, and at the end of the day, we consume more. So if you belong to the category of people that actually were producing and you are consuming more at the end of the day, that is not very, very good, because at the end of the day, you should be able to save some money for yourself. You should be able to save some money for yourself and make money for yourself. So if you are not in that category of people that are making money, then you need to start making money. Please, you need to start making money. So your consumption level should be reduced to the barest minimum. So our relationship with consumption must be fixed. You understand? You have to fix your consumption problem because people, we have this insatiable urge for money, for consumption, for consumption. People consume and consume, but don't remember that order. At the end of the day, you should be able to save something for yourself in form of an investment. So if you want to actually invest, if you're actually in Nigeria or in any part of the world, I think there's any bank in any part of the world, you can actually invest money in what? In the Quantum Zenith, or you can invest your money in Stanbic IBTC, or you can invest your money in what? In the um, mutual funds like Stanbic IBTC or FBN Edge or Quantum Zenith. I'm an investor and I put my money in what? In the FBN Edge, which is under mutual under money market. You can do the same thing as well. So our problem, we need to fix our consumption problem. That is, you don't need to be spending money recklessly. You don't need to be spending money extravagantly. You don't need to be spending money, frugally. Like I, for one, I don't spend money expensively. I buy things that I retain my income so that I can be able to save. I can be able to invest my money at the end of the day. I can be able to invest my money. You need to invest your money. You need to invest money because this is 2024. You need to make more money for yourself. This is because a lot of people have problem with consumption. You need to save money. It's not everything they have to consume. Do you understand now? If you are the type that you find yourself in this problem of consumption, where you have an insatiable urge for everything, and the problem is that most times when you have this insatiable urge for everything, we end up buying liabilities and not assets. So you end up buying more liabilities and not assets because assets will create value, but liabilities cannot create values. Liabilities will create holes in the pocket where you have to spend more money, but you don't have any form of investment. This platform is for investment. You have to save money. You have to invest your money. And somebody may be asking me that how do you invest your money? You can go to banks, whether you're in US, you're in Germany, you're in UK, you're in Kenya, you're in Mozambique, you're in Burundi, you are in France, you are in Belgium, Holland, any part of the world. You can invest your money because those that actually invest money are the people that will make more money for themselves. So you have to invest. Don't spend all your hard-earned money consuming liabilities. Consume more of what? Of assets. Invest more in what? In the businesses that will get you more money at the end of the day. Like I said earlier, it's 12. Wow, it's some few minutes after 12 now. If I check my Stanbic IBTC pension fund now, they will have paid money into my what? Into my account. That's First Bank Money Market Fund. They will have paid money into my account by now. And that money is quite substantial that in a month I'm earning money for myself. I want you to earn money for yourself too. Start investing your money. Don't spend your money anyhow. Start investing money. Because one day you're going to get old. One day you're going to be getting old. Some years back, I wasn't as old as this, but now I'm getting old. Do you get it now? I'm not getting younger. So I need to invest so that when I get old, I'll be able to find something that I can leverage on and eat. You understand? And eat at the end of the day. And even have surplus at the end of the day. My grandchildren can come to my house, they can enjoy themselves. I don't need to call anybody before I can take care of myself. I don't need to call anybody before I can feed myself. Do you get it now? So that money you're using to buy expensive wristwatch, you're using to buy expensive shoes, you're using to buy expensive shirt, you're using to buy expensive things that you don't need. Invest that money. You can invest in Quantum Zenith, you can invest in Stanbic IBTC, you can invest in what? In FBN Edge. They are all there for you to invest your money. You can do this by going to your bank and tell them that you want to invest your money in money market fund. You want to invest your money in indexed. You want to invest your money in the in the ETFs, exchange trust fund. You want to invest your money in mutual funds. They will advise you, they will give you the location where you can go, where you will meet who we call a portfolio investment manager. It will explain them one after the other. Then you cannot decide on the one you need to choose. Do you understand? So that when you get paid at the end of the month, you can put some money in your investment and make money every day, 365 days a year. It is possible. I can imagine. I started some few months, about 1 year and a half now, and I'm making my money. Do you get it now? So it is time for us to make money this year for ourselves. Make money. Let money start working for you. Let money start growing for you. Let money do the work while you are resting. Because you can't be working every time. Don't let the money control you, but rather control your money and send your money on an errand. Let your money go to wherever you want it to go. Do you get it now? So if you have this consumption problem and you don't solve this problem, there's every possibility that it will lead to what we call the rat race. Rat race. The rat race. R-A-T. Rat race. Which is an endless, self-defeating, and pointless pursuit. Endless, self-defeating, and what? And pointless pursuit. What is a pointless pursuit there? Liabilities that cannot create value. The rat race is living from one debt to another and being constantly broke. You don't have money in the pocket. The day I have this financial education, I stop putting my money in the bank. I don't put my money in the bank again. The only money I put in the bank is the money for my spending. Because once you collect your salary in the month, or when you get paid for the services you render for people, you should be able to divide your money into 50, 30, 20. 50, 30, 20. 50, 30, 20. 50, 30, 20 is that you make 50% for your spending because you have to spend money every day. You make 30% for your investment. Then you make 20% for your savings for emergency because life happens. Now, your savings, if at all you are not working again, your savings should be able to take you for at least 3 to 6 months without even working. Do you get it now? Without even working, your savings should be able to take you to 3 to 6 months, even if you are not doing anything again. So don't find yourself in the rat race where there is an endless, self-defeating, and pointless pursuit where you live from one particular debt to another debt. Now, rat race occurs when you are on financial edge, financial pressure, financial instability, financial tsunami, when the individual is almost being swallowed up by one particular debt or another. Do you understand now? So it is the moment where money enters your hand. You understand now? So the rat race is the moment when money enters your hand and leaves immediately when you don't have any form of savings. You don't have any form of investment. If the money comes, it goes. Do you know the people that actually do that? They are the middle class or the lower class people. When money comes, they spend. Are you there now? For the middle class, they believe that whenever they have the money, they should be able to go for ostentatious goods or luxury goods to make them look rich. Do you get it now? Then for the middle class, when the money comes like that, they spend it immediately. Then for the rich class, when the money comes, they invest the money. Lower class will spend immediately. Middle class will buy immediately. Then the higher class or the rich class will invest immediately. So are you saving? Are you investing? Are you spending? Or you are actually investing your money? You have to choose between them. Do you get it now? You have to choose between savings, investment, and spending. But if I were you, I would rather invest my money and make returns at the end of the day, where I get what? Returns on my investment per annum, where I get paid at the end of the day. Do you get it now? So you need to what? You need to invest your money because that is where the future lies. That is where the wealth actually lies. So the rat race is actually the moment money enters into your hand and leaves immediately It is the moment when unforeseen circumstances of life happens and can actually throws into what we call financial turmoil. Financial turmoil. So at this point, to many, their job is not an option, but a necessity to fund their lifestyle. That is the rat race. When you're in that rat race, you believe that, that the job that you're doing is actually not an option, but a necessity to actually fund yourself, to make you look very rich, to make you look as if you are okay. But at the end of the day, there's nothing, that you can fall back on. Do you get it now? You need to put a stop to the rat race. You need to put a stop to the consumption problem. Do you get it now? It is not everything you see you have to buy. You don't need to spend your hard-earned money on liabilities. What are liabilities? Some people, they will want to go and rent a house where they will pay a huge amount of money, and that house is not supposed to be like that. They want to go and buy big house or rent a big apartment. Do you get it now? We are spending money on luxurious houses when you can easily get a house, when you can pay an affordable amount of money that can even save more money and invest more money. Some people go for expensive luxurious cars where it costs you a lot of fortunes to maintain the car. Some people go for what we call expensive wristwatches. Some even go for expensive clothes that cannot add any value to their life. So you need to understand all these things. So you don't need to be in the rat race. Now, to get out of this situation, there's a solution. There's actually a solution. It's actually good news. There's a solution to the rat race, or there's a solution to the problem at hand. And that solution, I'll be discussing it as we move on in this lecture. Number one solution is that you must be aware of your relationship with money. You must be aware of your relationship with money. You must draw what I call your monthly expenses. Do you get it now? You must be able to have, how do I spend my money in a month? Do you get it? What are the things I buy in a month? What are the things I don't necessarily need to buy in a month? What are the things that are creating liability in my pocket? Do you get it now? So once you have an idea, so when you draw these monthly expenses, you'll be able to control how you actually spend the money at the end of the day. So you need to be aware of your relationship with your money. Do you get it now? So it is not everything that you have to buy every time. You don't need to buy those expensive shirts. You don't need to buy expensive wristwatch. I don't use wristwatch. I don't use wristwatch. I don't use chain. I don't use wristwatch. I don't use wristwatch. No matter how less expensive the wristwatch is, I don't use it. I don't use chain. Do you get it now? So you don't need to buy expensive shirts. You don't need to buy expensive trousers or jeans, or expensive wristwatch or shoes or cars, or living expensive or luxurious houses. I can remember, let me tell you a story. Before I finished building my house, let me tell you the story. When I got married, I got married in a room and parlor self-contained. I can remember that year. I got married in a room and parlor self-contained with my wife, and I was working then, and later on, I discovered that I was actually paying a lot of money in that room and parlor self-contained in Abule Egba. We call it Abule Egba in Lagos. In Lagos, Nigeria. I was paying a lot of money in Abule Egba at that time. And I thought to myself, one of my friends now introduced me, why don't you come to Ikorodu, another area, and rent a house? So I left Abulegba at that time. I think I was paying about 250,000 or three. I was paying about 300,000 per annum, 300,000 naira per annum in Abulegba. I was paying 300,000 naira every year in Abulegba for a room and parlor self-contained. Then somebody informed me that I can get a house in Ikorodu for 180 or 170,000. So I had to leave, and that house in Ikorodu was 2-bedroom flat, very big, whereas my room and parlor self-contained was very small. So I left the room and parlor self-contained I was paying 300,000 naira for, and I went to Ikorodu to get a 2-bedroom flat for 180,000. I was able to save 120,000 naira. When I was in Abulegba, I couldn't save any money because my children were going to expensive schools. They were going to expensive schools. So I couldn't save any money. By that time, I had already bought a land in Ogun State where I had already done the foundation. But I find it very difficult to do that build, to do that house, because I didn't have any money to save, because most of my money was going on my school fees, my children's school fees, feeding, and house rent. But I had to leave Abulegba because the cost of living in Abulegba was very high. Then I went to Ikorodu. When I went into Ikorodu, do you know that it took me just 2 years, 2 years in Ikorodu for me to finish my house in the Ogun State. But when I was in Abulegba, I was there for 5 years or 6 years, and I couldn't do anything on that land. So I was struggling in Abulegba. Because I want to live in the Igbo area, because I want to be in the midst of high class people. So I was paying more in Abulegba, but when I got to Ikorodu, I was paying lesser, and I was able to save more money, and I was able to use that money to finish my house. And to the glory of God, I was able to use that money to finish a 3-bedroom flat. So I was able to build a 3-bedroom flat. When I got to Ikorodu, I was able to finish my 3-bedroom flat, and I packed that flat. After about 2 years, I packed to that place. After about 2 years, and now I'm living in my own personal house. So why do I have to live in an expensive apartment? That Abulegba now, if you are there, maybe you are in that area now, a room and parlor self-contained there is about 700,000 naira now, or going to about 1 million. 2-bedroom flats in Abulegba now is about 1.2 million, if not more than that. Do you get it now? But today I have my house because I took that decision of streamlining my consumption. Do you get it now? I have to distinguish between what I actually want and what I did not want. And now that I've packed into my apartment, now I can now start investing my money. And somebody now introduced me, because information is actually power. So, look, do you know that you can actually invest your money? I said, how? I said, good. This is what you will do. There is a bank. Go there, find out from there. He gave me a number, and I called her and I told him, don't worry, this is what I've been looking for. I will take this decision. And I took that number, and I went there. I sat with the lady, we discussed, and that was how I started investment. And since that time, everything has never been the same again. So don't use your 5 fingers to eat. Don't use your 5 fingers to eat. Invest part of your money, your hard-earned money, for the future. We call it a decade of sacrifice. Most of these most of these institutions now are paying 23% returns on investment per annum. 23% returns on investment per annum. That means, for example, if we put 1 million naira there, you are going to get 1,230,000 naira per annum. You have gained 230,000 naira as an interest on your return on investment. What could be more than that? So you need to what? To decide what you actually wanted for yourself in 2024. It is the time to make money, to create wealth. You know, it's also a time to sacrifice. You don't have to spend all that money buying exorbitant, expensive, luxurious, things, exotic things. No, it's not the time. It is actually the time that you can actually invest your money and watch your money grow. So stop spending your money on liabilities. Put your money on assets that can generate value and create more wealth for you. Avoid the rat race. So there is a solution. Number one solution is, that I said, you must be aware of your relationship with money. You need to understand the dynamics of how money actually works. When you get your money in a month, when you get paid in a month, divide your money into 3 parts. You can see my fingers. 3 parts. Savings, number 1. Spending, number 2. Investment, number 3. Savings, number 1. Spending, number 2. Number 3 is what? Is investment. What is savings? You save for emergency, because life actually happens. Anything can happen in life. Do you understand now? Anything can actually happen in life. Do you get it? Anything can happen in life. Event happens in life. So you need to save for emergency. Number 2, spending. We spend money every day. You need money to move from one place to the other. Can you see? I spend money every day. I go spend my money on transport, on feeding, on some other miscellaneous. Do you get it now? Then investment, number 3 investment, which is this one. We don't touch it at all. You don't touch your savings, your investment at all. It's a decade of sacrifice. And some people will be saying, how can I save my money for 10 years, invest my money for 10 years? Of course, it is possible. It's all about having a resilient, prudent, pragmatic, articulated, focused, determined, do you understand? Resourceful form of what? Of plan. You need to have a pragmatic, resilient, determined, focused, resourceful, do you understand? Form of investment where you have to make up your mind that you are not going to touch this money, and you'll be surprised and see how your money will actually grow. So if you actually ask me, where can I actually invest? Even if you are watching me in Germany, if you're watching in France, if you're watching in Belgium, if you're watching in Australia, Tyson, if you're there, Tyson, your good friend is saying hello to you. Tyson, your good friend is saying hello to you. Mr. Random Dude from Germany, thank you so much. My G, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I really love you guys. Tyson from Australia, I give you a salute. Mr. Random Dude from Germany, from Brandenburg, I say a good thank you to you. Tyson from Australia, I say a good thank you, big thank you to you. Sharon from Germany, from Frankfurt, Germany, I say a good thank you to you. I really appreciate you guys. And one of my friends in Nigeria here, I think Mystic Attic, I say a very big thank you. I salute you as well. I love you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys. You guys are wonderful. Thank you for staying tuned. I love you guys. Thank you so much. So you need to be aware of your relationship with money. Number 2, take control of your behavior as a consumer. You need to take control of your behavior. Most of us, we have this irrational, excessive, compulsive disorder. Compulsive excessive disorder is actually, sorry for that big English, compulsive excessive disorder. A compulsive excessive disorder is actually when somebody has an insatiable taste. You can hardly please them. They'll have this, insatiable urge for everything. They are very fastidious. They are very hard to please. You understand now? So you must be able to control your behavior as a consumer by having what we call an active, articulate, budgets. And what is a budget? A budget is, how you actually plan on how you intend to spend your money over a period of time. So you must have a budget. I have a budget. I do my budget every month. What I do is that I divide my money into three: one third for investment, one third for savings, one third for spending. And I've been very articulate, very prudent, very resourceful, very resilient, very determined, and very focused, and very, 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 very active. Do you get it now? So you must have a workable budget on how you intend to spend your money in a month. Once you get paid in a month, decide how you're going to spend that money in a month, how you intend to spend that money. Don't spend the money recklessly. Don't spend the money drinking. Don't spend the money, being a Casanova, or being very promiscuous, or being a Casanova, or very frugal. Do you get it now? So you must avoid those things that actually, create a leak in your pockets. Those things that can actually create a leak. Those things that can actually create a hole. Those things that can actually make you to spend more at the end of the month. So you must have a workable budget. Your budget must be workable. Your budget must be active, must be articulate, must be workable, must be, something that you should be able to follow in total, pragmatically. You understand now? Pragmatically, to the fullest. Do you get it now? So you must decide how much you intend to spend in a month and stick to it by living below your means. You don't need to impress your friends. That I could remember, let me tell you another story. I could remember when I was in the school, I have a friend back then. He works in a bank. My friend actually works in a bank, and I went to his house one day, and he lives in a 3-bedroom flat. My friend was living in a 3-bedroom flat, and when I entered into his house, he was the only one living in the 3-bedroom flat, and I asked him, "Oh, Austin, what the hell are you doing in a 3-bedroom flat? Are you keeping spirit in your house or what?" And Austin is actually a bachelor. He's actually a bachelor living in a 3-bedroom flat, and he has, I think he was using a Toyota Corolla at that time. And I asked him, "My friend, what are you doing in a 3-bedroom flat? Are you cutting your head in one room? You cut your leg in one room? You cut your hand in the other room? Do you sleep in the 3 of them?" And he said, "No, he sleeps in only one." "Then who is sleeping in the 2-bedroom flat, the remaining 2 rooms? Is he a spirit or what? Who the hell is sleeping in the house?" And he was looking at me. That is not what we are talking about. You need to be prudent in your spending. So avoid living above your means. Sometimes some people will say, "I don't want to eat in my house, I'll go to a restaurant, I want to go and eat in a restaurant." In Nigeria now, eating in a restaurant, you must be a king or a queen or an elite to eat in a restaurant. You go to a restaurant and spend 20,000 naira to eat in a restaurant. Well, you can eat that food in your house with 2,000 naira. Penny wise, pound foolish. A lot of us are penny wise, pound foolish, because you can eat that food in your house with 2,000 naira. Must you impress your friends? If your friend buys a car, you want to buy a car. If he lives in a 3-bedroom flat, you want to live in a 3-bedroom flat. If he buys a brand new shoe, you want to buy a brand new shoe. If he buys a wristwatch, you want to buy a wristwatch. If he buys this, you want to buy this. If he buys that, you want to buy that. Everything your friends buy, you want to buy it. And in most cases, you don't even need it. So we don't need it. So we need to live above our means. And this entails having a lifestyle and still being able to invest your money. I have a lifestyle. Everybody have a lifestyle. Some have an extravagant lifestyle. Some have a low-end lifestyle. I know of someone that bought a phone for 1.5 million. In my area in Ogun State, 1.6 or 1.8 million naira will get you a plot of land. Let's say you want to buy land. Buy land. Like, if most of it actually watched my video yesterday, I was talking about rental estate yesterday. You understand? I talked about cash flow yesterday. Cash flow. I mentioned cash flow yesterday. In my analysis of cash flow, I mentioned rental estate. I said storage facilities, office apartments, office apartment, rental facilities, storage facilities, home apartments, and all those type, those things. Like, you can actually build it, you can buy it and rent it out and generate a cash flow or constant flow of money, or you generate a stream of income. Do you get that? Even if you are not working, money is coming into your pockets. Do you get it now? So we all have a lifestyle, and you can still live your lifestyle and still invest your money. So you can generate cash flow for yourself. You can generate money for yourself. So 1.5 million naira to buy a phone, to me, as an investor, as a prudent investor, as a wise investor, as an investor that wants to create what I call a multiplier compound interest, it is not advisable for me to buy such a liability where I will spend 1.5 million naira to buy a phone. There's an idea that if your money cannot buy 5, don't buy 1. If your money cannot buy 5, please write it down. If your money cannot buy 5, don't buy 1. That means that for you to buy a 1.5 million naira phone, you should be able to have 7.5 million naira in your account. Then that means that if you cannot buy 5, if you cannot buy 5 of that phone, don't buy 1. You must have 7.5 or 8 million naira in your account for you to buy a phone of 1.5 million. And this has always been what I've been doing every time. If my money cannot buy 5, I will not buy 1. Never. So I try to save money in everything I do. Let me be sincere with you, I can't even remember the last time I go to a barbing salon to barb my hair. Because barbing salon too can take money now. I don't even know how much they're collecting now. Maybe 1,000 or 1,500 or... How much are they barbing here now? 500, okay.
But they're barbing 1,000.
Okay.
Just to shave 500.
Okay, shaving your beard now is actually 500 naira now. But I have my clipper here. I can barb my beard at any time. I can barb my hair at any time, free of charge. Thank God there's no hair here, so I can barb it many ones. I can barb my hair myself, save money. So, the last time I went to a barbing salon, about 20 years ago or so, I barbed my hair myself. So imagine if I spend 1,000 naira barbing my hair every once in a week. If the following week I use 1,000. So I use 4,000 naira to barb my hair, or 4,000 to 5,000 naira to barb my hair. Then shaving, maybe I will use 7,000 to 8,000 naira to barb my hair in a month. We talk about being prudent, being resourceful, being resilient, being articulate, being avoiding being living an extravagant, wasteful, unproductive, uninvestful kind of a life. You understand? So that is just it. So you can live your lifestyle and still what? Invest your money. I don't buy a wristwatch because I don't even know how to use a wristwatch. If I use it now, I've lost it. So I don't usually use a wristwatch. So my phones are my wristwatch. So what are the things I actually get for myself? Those things that can actually create value for me are the things I buy for myself. If it's not going to create value, I don't buy it. So number 3, you need to have what we call emergency fund. Emergency fund. That's another thing. How to actually, manage your money. You need to have what we call an emergency fund. Emergency fund should be able to take you to 3 to 6 months of expenses without even working. Do you understand? So your emergency fund is your savings, money you actually set aside for a period of emergency because life actually happens. Anything can happen in life. Accidents can happen. Health complications can happen. Other things can also happen in life. And you need to be prepared for those things that happens in life. Your car can develop a fault. I'm not saying you should not buy a car. You can buy a car that you can actually maintain. I'm not saying you should not live in a house. You can live in a house that you can actually maintain. I'm not saying you should go naked on the street. You can buy a low-end shirt and still move on the street. You can buy your t-shirt and still move. I don't think there's any constitutional rules that says that if you buy a shirt that is not expensive in any part of the world, that the police are going to arrest you. There's nothing like that. Just make sure that you look good. If you don't go to a restaurant, an expensive restaurant to eat your food, nobody's going to arrest you for that. There's no law for that. So choose your priority. So keep money aside for emergencies. You understand? And don't forget to live below your means. So save some money for yourself and avoid the rat race. Like I said, the rat race is a situation where you are living in one particular debt to another. When you find yourself in the tsunami of relentless debts, in a tsunami of financial instability, financial uncertainty, financial problems, financial challenges. Avoid all those things and live a good life for yourself. It is easier to reduce your expenses than to increase your income. You discover that in most cases, incomes are always fixed. If for some of us that are working in offices, if you agree with me, the time that companies usually increase salaries are usually at the end of every year, 365 days. So income does not usually increase, but you can actually increase your expenses or you can actually reduce your expenses depending on your choice. So money is actually equivalent to value in the market. To increase your value, you must look for a problem in the market. And when you look for a problem in the market, you are creating a solution for the market. And when you are actually creating a solution in the market, you are actually creating value for yourself. And you're actually creating money for yourself. So that is my number 4. So money is equivalent to value. Money is equivalent to value in the market. So you need to increase your value. And for you to actually increase your value, there are some certain factors that we need to look into. Though I've explained those ones in my previous lectures. Like you need to go, increase your education, get more certificates, like learning one skill or another to attach it to your portfolio, or you create a streams of multi-facet streams of income, or you create other source of income that will be generating money for you, like a cash flow that you can actually use to sustain and prepare for the future. So if you're actually depending on your K1 cannot make you rich, your savings cannot make you rich, your spending cannot make you rich. What can actually make you rich is actually your investment. Investment is the key to the future. So you must look for a problem in society and solve the problem. So to increase your value, you must look for a problem in the market and create a solution to the problem. You could sell the solution to the market. Through this, your production can grow exponentially or in a big way to create more money for yourself. So when you actually increase your productive capacity, it will actually create more fund for you exponentially. That is, you have more money. And when that money is actually coming in, what do? You invest the money. And create more wealth. To achieve this, you must consider the areas that best fit you, whether entrepreneurship or investment. I've talked about this topic also some time ago. When I said, it's either you are an entrepreneur or you are actually an investor. That if you want to actually become rich, it is either you are an investor or you are an entrepreneur. Who is actually an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is a business owner. The owner of a business is an entrepreneur. The person that puts the capital down to establish a business entity is actually an entrepreneur. And as an entrepreneur, you can actually create wealth for yourself as an entrepreneur. Then if you are not an entrepreneur, you can also be what? An investor. And let me tell you, as a bonus to what I'm saying, you see, we're in a capitalist system. Where the middle class is gradually diminishing, is disappearing. The middle class is disappearing, is diminishing, is going out of the system. We're supposed to have three classes in society, three social stratification: the rich, the poor, the low upper class, the middle class, and the lower class. Upper class, middle class, and lower class. But unfortunately now, the middle class is gradually disappearing. So we are having two classes left now. If care is not taken, is either you are in the upper class or you are in the lower class. So you can easily distinguish between the rich and the poor in our society now. It's either you are rich or you are poor. You cannot be in between. You are rich or you are poor. Because why? Because of the capitalist economy system or a free market economy system. You realize that the system is creating two classes of social stratification in the society: the rich and the poor. The middle class is disappearing. So it's either you are rich or you are poor. So that is a capitalist system. So the capitalist system has been programmed to favor the rich more and disfavor the poor. So if you belong to the poor or you are in the lower class, you can still swing to the upper class through what we call financial education. So if you have financial education, you can save and invest your money and get to the upper class through what we call a decade of sacrifice or a decade of commitment and resiliency in investment portfolio options. So investment portfolio options will create what? An enablement for building wealth and creating value, because money will create value, and when money creates value, it creates wealth. That's how it works. Do you get it now? So it is either you are rich or you are poor. Now, if you have the privilege of getting money now, it is high time you start the process of the decade of sacrifice by saving now for the future. Now, imagine you are able to raise, let me tell you the magic that is involved in these stories and these tales, fairy tales I've been talking about all this while, is that if you are able to save consistently for 10 years, if you're able to save 100,000 naira in a month, 100,000 naira in a month, 100,000 naira in a month for 12 months, that makes it 1.2 million. If you're able to save 1.2 million per annum for 10 years, that is 12 million. Now, in a compound interest multiplier form, 12 million will generate you 24 million. So in 10 years, you are going to have 24 million naira. 24 million. Now, in the next 20 years, if you are consistent with it, you have over 50 million naira in your investment portfolio. If you have 50 million naira now in your investment portfolio, if I have that money in my account now, I don't even need to come to work again. Just go and rest. Because that 50 million will be generating me 10 million naira every year. And I cannot be so extravagant, so wasteful, so frugal, so unresourceful, so unproductive, so, so unmanageable that I'm going to squander 10 million naira in 1 year. That means that I can place myself on a salary structure by paying myself 500,000 naira per month. 500,000 naira times 12, that is 6 million naira. I'm still left with 4 million naira. I will recapitalize and reinvest the 4 million naira into my investment portfolio to generate more money for me. So in the next 20 years, I don't need to work again. Then I can have what we call a generational wealth. A decade of what? Of generational wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another generation. I can transfer my wealth from my children. My children can transfer the wealth to their own children. There becomes what? A generational wealth. Just the way you can have what we call generational poverty, generational impoverishment, generational opoloi. Do you get it now? So that's how it works. So think about that. So it is either you are an entrepreneur or a business owner or an investor. Now, how does it work? You see, in the capitalist economic system, we have two productive forces, which I'm going to talk about. Two forces. In political science, we call it the negation of the negation, or we call it the contradiction of the social forces, or we call it dialectical materialism, or we call it the grave diggers. Do you get it now? Sorry, I'm diverting to political science because in my school, I did political economy. Do you get it now? I studied political economy, I studied philosophy, I studied Karl Marx, one of the greatest, apostle or progenitor of communism. I studied Karl Marx, I studied Adam Smith, the grave diggers. You understand now? So dialectical materialism, the negation of the negation, or the contradiction of the social forces. So what we're saying there is that there are two forces in the society, which I'm going to explain now. The first force is what we call productive forces, and the second force is what we call the consuming forces. Now, the consuming forces characterize or automatize everybody in the society because we all consume in the society. We all consume in society. Everybody is consuming in society. I am also a consumer. I'm a part of the. We have the productive force. The productive force is the force that actually holds the economy. They are the people that actually create wealth in the economy. And in this productive force, it's further divided into two parts. We have the entrepreneur and we have the investors. The entrepreneurs are the business owners like Elon Musk, like Bill Gates, like Anwar, like Alison Page. They are all entrepreneurs. Then, as an investor, you actually put your money into the companies of the entrepreneurs through what we call the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones and the Nasdaq and the rest of them as a shareholder or in the form of an index funds or in the form of an ETFs or in the form of what we call the mutual funds. So as an investor, you actually get paid at the end of the month for putting your money into the investment. You will be paid at the end of the month or at the end of every 3 months or at the end of every 6 months or at the end of every 9 months or at the end of every year. You get paid for what? As an investor, either as a dividend owner or as an active investor or a passive investor. Do you get it now? So that's how it works. Do you get it now? So these two classes, the investors and the entrepreneurs, they are the rich people. The consumers are those that actually, get the income at the end of the day and they get to squander, waste, that are being frugal, that are spending the money. They get the money, like I said before, they get the money, they spend the money, they get the money, they spend the money. There's no room for investment, there's no room for saving. As they get the money, they spend the money. So in such an economic system, you will discover that such classes of people might not be rich at the end of the day. So the question now is that not everybody, or answer is that not everybody can be an entrepreneur, but everybody can be an investor. I might not have the money to actually establish a company by myself, but I can actually put my money into a company by myself as a co-owner of the company. And that's where we are talking about stocks, which I've also discussed. I've talked about stocks. I've talked about the S&P 500, the most largest companies in America. We have our own stock exchange company in Nigeria, Stock Exchange Commission. But I don't invest in Nigeria as a Stock Exchange Commission because it doesn't pay more dividends. You get it now? So we have that S&P 500. We have the Dow Jones. We have the Nasdaq 500, 150 largest companies in America. Some of them are into AI, some of them are into agriculture, some of them are into defense, some of them are into phones, and the rest of them. They are all what? Conglomerates or funds, pool of funds of companies under the S&P 500. The index funds, the ETFs, and the mutual funds. We have the HALA, we have the dollar funds, we have the euro funds, we have the fixed income funds, you have the money market funds. They are all funds. Now, if you want to get more clarification on this, on what all these funds have been mentioned about, funds, stock exchange, and all those kind of things, you can contact your portfolio investment manager. I am not your economic advisor. I am not your portfolio investment advisor or manager. If you want to order clarifications, if you want to order information, you can contact your portfolio investment manager that can actually give you more ideas on how you can actually invest your money. A lot of people are already making money. A lot of people are already, making headways and doing well one way or the other. You can also be part of this success story by actually investing your money. Wealth creation is possible, it is visible, it is practicable, it is actually can be put into action if you are zealous, if you are determined, if you are resourceful, if you are resilient, if you are focused, if you are hardworking, if you are actually sincere with yourself, if you have actually made up your mind, if you have decided that you are not going to be poor, if you have decided you are going to be a millionaire in the future, in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, 11 years, 15, 20 years. Now you can now happily and gladly and joyfully and peacefully retire as what? As a millionaire or as a billionaire. A word is enough for the wise. On this note, I'll be rounding up. I want to say very big, superfluous, wonderful, well elated, well, appreciated thank you to all of you that actually come up on this program today. I love you guys. In fact, I can see you guys, though I can't see you physically, but I can see you in the spirit. And I pray that the good Lord will bless you. God will, expand your course this year. God will bless you. He will bless the work of your hands, and He will expand you. He will multiply you beyond your imagination, and He will take you to place this year. And all your whims and caprices, your desires and aspirations and dreams and all that will all come into reality. If you are there, say a very big amen. Thank you guys. I love you guys. I'm gonna come up, every time sharing ideas, sharing views, sharing videos on how we can actually make wealth together. 2024 is our year of what? Of breakthrough. It's our year of financial breakthrough. Our year of what? Of becoming wealthy, not even rich. I want to be wealthy, because when you are wealthy, you are more than rich. I don't want to be rich alone. I want to be wealthy, where I am not even spending my money any longer, where everything is working for me according to the grace of God in my life, and I live in a life of abundance. 2024 is not easy. Inflation has gone up. It's now in 33 point something percent. Food price index is about 40 point something percent. It just dropped to 33 point something percent. The price of what? Of energy has skyrocketed. It has gone beyond human imagination, and things are very, very expensive now. And that's why investment is the key. It is the key that can actually make you to survive in this economic ulubalu, economic tsunami, and economic political instability that has characterized our grandeur above, our estate, our country. Do you understand that? So you can make fortune for yourself. Because inflation, sometimes a lot of people that don't have financial education will say inflation is a cause, is not good. Inflation sometimes can be a blessing. It's even a blessing, because right now, for those that are actually investing their money, they have 23 point something percent return on investment per annum. 23 point something percent. So if you're actually investing your money now, you are smiling every time, because you are making more money every day. So inflation in a practical form has two sides, just like a coin. It has negative side and it has what? Positive side. The negative side is that for those that don't have financial education, it will not favor them. But for those that have financial education and they have idea about how the economic actually works, like some of us, how the dynamics of the economic system actually works, you understand that inflation is a blessing. And that's why some of them are not even praying for what? For inflation to come down. Because that's where you will make more money. The more inflation, the more interest rate. The more interest rate, the more you pay. But for those that are actually what? Investors and entrepreneurs, investors will make more money. Entrepreneurs will smile to the banks. Do you get it now? But for the consumers, those that are only consumers, that are not productive, and when I say being productive, you are either an investor or you are an entrepreneur, they will be crying every time. Because why? The economy is biting hard on them. But for those that are investors, they'll be smiling every time. Entrepreneurs are going to smile, investors are going to smile. Every day they smile because they have actually invested their money, and their money is actually working for them. So those are the information about things that people do not know about money, that the average man on the street does not know about about money. Because money works in a dynamic form. It works in a dynamic form. And you need to understand the trend at which money works. And when you understand the trend and the pattern at which money works, you can be rest assured that what I can make more money even in this economic uncertainty. If you have really enjoyed this lecture today, just click on that subscription button. And if you have really enjoyed this topic, say yes in the comment section. And don't forget, loud it, say it out. So it's okay. Do you get it now? So it's okay means say it loud. Let the whole world know that something is happening in the whole world, something positive, something dynamic, something encouraging, something edifying, something that is worth it, something that can make a tremendous gargantuan change in your life, something that can make an unfathomable change in the society, something that can change and turn around society and make the society to be good for us all, if only we can key into this financial education. If you have gained something today, just click yes. For Tyson from Australia, I say a very big thank you. For Sharon Max from Germany, I say a very big thank you. For my good friend Vandom Dude from Germany, from Benderburg, I say a very big thank you. I love you guys. And for Busy Lady, I love you too. You are such a beautiful woman with a beautiful heart. May the God bless every one of you. I'll be coming up tomorrow. I'll be uploading my video tonight because I've actually prepared my video that I want to lecture today. I'll upload the video today or tomorrow, and you can watch that video. And I'll do justice to it that this lecture I've just given today, I'll transform it into a very small video, 30 minutes or 20 minutes. So that for those that have not watched it now, those that cannot actually comprehend and understand the in-toto or the lacuna of what we're talking about, they can actually be able to decipher, assimilate, and digest properly what we're talking about. Creating wealth is not an imagination, it's a reality. It's not a magic, it's actually possible. So decide today on what you actually want for yourself. Create wealth for yourself, make your life to be better, and make your life to be good. Till we see next time, I remain your humble, pragmatic, productive, innovative, energetic, decisive, focused, determined, pragmatic, and very resourceful and very enterprising David Oni. My YouTube channel is Great Mindset. So I see you next time. God bless you. Bye-bye. God bless Nigeria. God bless Lagos State. God bless the world. God bless Australia. God bless Germany. God bless all over the world that are watching, and God bless you, and God bless you. May the peace of the Lord be with you guys, and may God make your way to be straight and everything possible in your life. Till we meet next time, thank you and God bless you. Bye-bye.